Now, on Friday, you join me with the feel my ideas, but life is sometimes different because definitely I'm creativity, but sometimes you need engineers. You are economists, right? We are engineers, but no engineer has so no confidence, no worrying silence. They are the ones. But let's put it this way: you have honest, you start engineering. Yes. Well, you don't know what you're standing for. He can be an engineer. So I can stand, but not much. By the way, the engineers, they define procedures, they can help. So the subject of my speech will be technology readiness level. What does it mean? It means a procedure to measure and to assess the maturity of a technology. Please, when you don't understand what I'm saying, raise your hand and stop me at any moment because it's nonsense to proceed without a common understanding. Now, since more or less 10 years, I use this methodology that is not totally well known. Someone of you know what does it mean practically technology at this level, or is the first time you hear about it? First time you hear about it. So I have an idea, hey, why I don't use an innovator? Why I don't invite? Last Friday, I told you that I never met a startup. Never. Because normally I'm looking for startuppers that are carrying the burden of a startup, but they are physical person with creativity, determination, ideas. And sometimes, because a startupper, independently of the age, is always young. Startupper by definition is young because it is to the future. They need white mustache, a little bit of wise advice. Hey, you have to run very fast. But before running very fast, try to define where to go, because if you run very fast in one direction, at the end you are at the same point after that. So it was invite Philippe Obernas so Filippo, that is 10 years physically older than when we met 10 years ago, 2 seconds. And this is engineer, right? After 10 years, one is 10 years older. He came to Polo Technologico and he told me, hey, I have a bright idea. Fine. What do you want to do? I want to do a company, a startup, making radio things. And I said, obviously, the world is full of radio things. Did you enjoy this radio telescope? Yes, and yes. You don't have any idea. But look at him. Slim, bright, strong, crazy enough to advertise. And I told him, hey, do you know what is technology readiness level? Absolutely. But this happened 10 years ago. Are you ready to sell your product?
Oh, yes, of course.
10 years ago. Explain a little bit what happened. and prepare some question to a real startup that today is in my booklet, in my reference. A startup making a real portable and micro multinational startup. It is a multinational company of 20%, but it's multinational because it sells all over the world. Let's check it. Bye, Philip.
Hello everyone. Nice to meet you. So the quick word is that we enable remote space exploration. This is what we do. And it's a big thing. And I'm sure that no one of you knows all. Okay, that's fine. What and how? With telescopes. Do you know telescopes? Very good. Usually, you know, telescopes that are portable. You can buy in supermarket or not optician stores, you know. Well, we do something related to that, but not only bigger, but technology with a very important key on technology. So what we do is that we bring the technologies that are used to develop for space in the hand of everyone. This is what we do. And the first idea we had is, well, we have to make a portable small radio telescope. After 10 years, this is what we came to.
You said portable.
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 Share.
So we are in back here of Polo Technological, where we have our
Technology problems.
sorry. You can see it here.
With your son.
Nothing.
Si vede su questo?
Sì, su questo sì.
No, su questo non si vede neanche.
Questo no. So it's so small, you can't even see.
Andiamo. Nearby. The wizard, this is portable.
We are in the back of Polo Technology, so this is real. That is me, of course. Okay, so this is the instrument that we are after 10 years in development since we were ready to sell.
Now, and you will send it to whom?
Usually space agencies. NASA is all the space agencies, but the key is to bring this technology to a way to use it without the need of having very high technical skills, so everyone can use that. And usually we bring these technologies to universities where they can start a space-related program. This is, in particular, this instrument that is radio telescope is used to communicate with spacecraft in the solar system. And usually this technology was requested the use of a huge antenna that was far beyond the limit of any institution except NASA, European Space Agency, or whatever. And we are bringing the entry level down to give the possibility to single institute to approach this type of technology.
Hai il montaggio? Il video del montaggio.
Sì.
Now, one of the messages I answer you when you are planning the hackathon, I told you, see, everything is possible, even if the design of the product seems to be impossible. How many persons work in Prima Luce Lab?
15.
15. 1-5. Okay, so it's a micro company. Can you imagine that a micro company based in Pordenone can build up a radio telescope at the sea and aiming, you will sell to NASA.
We have to.
NASA is National Agency, American Space Agency. So it's not, let's say, normal customer. And this is an example of determination, experiences, and suffering experiences, because several times we were completely without money.
Yeah, and everything is essentially privately funded. So we grew up from nothing. We have been selected by Polo Technological 10 years ago, and we stayed there for the first. And then we moved to larger facilities in order to start building the larger institutes. So it's a step by step with much suffering, but a lot of satisfaction, even so.
Some questions to him before passing to the technology readiness level. Questions? Please.
And when did you come out with the idea of the research
Non ce ne sono.
Ma da qua si sente? Se parlate qua si
Parlo
sente?
qua.
Ma
You have
Yeah, I have it. So essentially, the idea came from nothing at all. We were participating to an event with all the astrophotographers and space-related enthusiasts, and there was one guy that was showing how he could record submarines radio emissions with a sort of wire or something like that. So a very simple thing. And I was thinking, well, we have all the optical telescopes available in the market. You can buy any type of optical telescope, starting from the smaller one up to huge optical telescopes. But I wanted to check if I have been able to buy a radio telescope instead. And that was available in the market. So I was simply trying to make some search over the web, and the same thing that, well, I can't buy any radio telescope if I want to. So this is where I started. And then I started studying radio astronomy. I'm not an engineer, I'm not an astronomer, I'm a geologist, really. I had a PhD in geomatics.
so from now to the
Yeah. And I studied radio astronomy for 4 years. After that, I also wrote a book with notes on radio astronomy to enable people starting in radio astronomy. So really, the first product was a book, was knowledge related, was not really a product to sell, was how to show to the people that they can do radio astronomy with a compact system, not multi-millionaire level, but something that any school in the world can buy and use.
There are some interesting points related to this technology. The vision, the global, not need to, because if you plan something, need to say, hey, I will do something cheaper than what there is in the market. This is a paying way. Because always someone cheaper will be very, if you go to an investor, to a business angel, or to anyone asking money, say, hey, I will make, between commas, Chinese time, being cheaper, paying less the worker, paying less the material, etc. This is 90% failing rate without sustainability. My chairman of the board. Presidente, sto facendo una lezione all'università. Ti posso richiamare, Scusa. I will not be fired for today. So, the second thing that he said, without knowing what is technology readiness level, he said the first product of my startup, of my business idea, was
A book.
a book. What's the sense of it? But I asked him 10 years ago, how far you are from the market? How far you are from sales? And he said, immediately. It's not true. Today, there are so many innovations, but also the way to finance startup with new ideas is standardized, step by step, assessed. So you will never find crazy guy giving you a lot of money to finance something that is not cheap. So let's move to the methodology. Mi mandi il...
Non si condivide lo schermo.
Prego?
Non si sta condividendo lo schermo perché non trova la sorgente in ingresso.
Ah, come si chiama?
Bisogna sperare che venga di giusto.
Meanwhile, the division technology and technology introduced in 1996 by the Department of Defense of the United States. Because they asked how to make a portable key, the space shuttle. Okay? And the nice guys said, following similar or technology and very great and capable. My problem is ready. And then someone said, Houston, we have a problem. Because it was not ready. And so DESA, the Department of Defense in aerospace, then started with the deployment of this methodology, defining instead from the conception of the idea up to the delivery of the product, what is the maturity of the technology? Maturity of technology of the product is not related to the business model. It's related to the technology of a product, of a system, of a service. Now, at the beginning, it has been agreed globally because TLM today is a global way to measure the technology, dividing in 9 steps the advancement. Conceptualization of the idea is the first step. What is the conceptualization? I want to use the radio emission of a star okay, to watch at the sky, even if it's cloudy, even if it's daily, because with his radio telescope, you can see the stars also during the day.
Yeah, correct. You're a good radio astronomer.
Then with digital, he can transform radio emission into visuals. So you see the sun, you see the stars, you see what you want to see in the sky. And this is the conceptualization of the idea. Someone of you, Friday afternoon, wanted to make a what it was the microphone coming down from the vault. Okay? Suppose that this is conceptualization of the idea, applied to a business model. You did not discover the technology because it was not the time to discover the technology, and you think that the technology is available. But now we are, ce la facciamo? No, non è questo.
No?
Yes. And you go to this. The level has been invented as an annex to the contract that NATO, Department of Defense, used to pay and follow up the development of the project. First step, project initiation. This you will have the full presentation and several cases. Now, Friday, I'm going to raise quite a voice start because this is not balance. So I want to mention that I like to speak with you, if you understand, you do concern, and do not wait too much time to understand those facts. Because this you must start. But at the beginning, project initiation. You look at Filippo that is studying quite deeply, because he said, how it was possible for me to say something without passing through this step? If you are to invent a pendulum, you must think that the gravity exists. Okay, the pendulum is functioning in the gravity. No gravity in the pendulum. You cannot a magnetic watch in the space because you don't have gravity. Without gravity, a magnetic watch does not work. You have an electronic watch. So conceptualization of the idea is the first step. But you are extremely far from saying the big market. Because no market is buying conceptualization. There is no market for ideas at this level. Okay? When let me say Filippo made the index of his book, he could say that the project initialization was finished. Index. It is possible to get the emission magnetic of a star. Full stop. There, please. Screen it. Definitely, you will have all this, by the way. These are with all details. Then, checking. And today they are tier level specialists. So when you have your idea, you come to me and say, hey, I finished the conceptualization. Do you think is okay or not? I check, suppose you're okay. So now you move to the concept implementation. So concept, what I do? You have to describe in detail. You have to prepare the book. Okay? Explaining what is your application of the technology. You know what is 5G in telecommunication. In Ukraine, it's 5G. 5G is used with the local satellite to guarantee internet and whatsoever. You know what is metaverse. You know what is in robot, software for visual imaging, GPT. All of you are using GPT. More or less, yes. Which is the stage of GPT? Is on the market, so you can say that is 9. It's probably wrong, because when you apply here level to software, and we will have some chat about, on software, nothing is finalized completely. And due to this, you have release 4.1, 4.2, 4.6, amelioration going on, because there are bugs that goes on for a long time. Okay? This cannot be applied to Apollo, because today there is an advertisement in Italy saying, will you buy a function that functions 9 times on 10? You get it? Will you buy a parachute? Like I said, will you buy a system to depurate the water that will function 9 times on 10? Of course not. On our way, you want 10 on 10. You want a car with brakes that brakes 9 on 10. Impossible. So, the very important point is number 3 of technology readiness level. That is the so-called proof of concept. You heard proof of concept, right? It's normally I finalize the proof of concept. Proof of concept is still papers. There is nothing hardware, nothing physical on the proof of concept. Due to this, you have to spend money, knowledge, but not a lot of money when you have to finalize the idea. Anyhow, you have drawings and you have to test. Go on, here level 4. Here level 4 is quite a, let's say, boundary from the activity of research, university, research institute. Basically, they work from 1 to 3, sometimes 1 to 4. This is the so-called upstream of the research. You have the idea, you try to conceptualize the idea, you reach the proof of concept, you switch off the telephone that is going, should be listened. And then you are sacked because you don't have no more money.
Confirmed.
Confirmed. You came to say, I am totally frustrated because I made the book, I sold the book, or you made a lot of gifts to them.
Yeah.
But the proof of concept was ready. From the proof of concept, he needed the money to try to put together components of his idea. Tell us something.
C'è una domanda al pubblico.
Una domanda, there is a question from, please. I have to read or someone is making?
How did you manage the funding process?
Yes, we are now in the moment to start founding. The founding source, the spring of the finance is related to the technology readiness level. And normally, who experience the founding phase divided year level 1 to 3, so until the proof of concept, the money is coming from triple F. You heard about triple F? Family, foolish, and friends. So when he was totally dried up of money, he went around from friends, etc. Give me some 10,000 euros, some 30,000 euros to prepare the founding phase, trying to assemble the different pieces of my technology, the antenna, the software, these kind of things. Maybe changing the objective and the ideas because a lot of startups reach the success going to the market, but changing the objectives. In fact, he started radio and he moved a little bit to optical. Why?
For two reasons. Essentially, the first thing is we started the development of the radio telescope by aiming at an amateur level market. So the idea was, well, we want to be the first company in the world to develop an amateur level radio telescope, in the same way that there are already many optical amateur level telescopes. And as I told you, there were. So we started from this idea, and after the first phases, we developed a prototype, and we started proposing that to the market. But we immediately understood that the market response was not sufficient to sustain the entire company living. Back then, the company was very small. So the cost of living for the company was very small. But essentially sales were not enough. At the same time, on January 2016, we participated in the first big event we had in the US, in an American Astronomical Society event where you meet big institutes like NASA, but also others. And we presented our, let's say, prototype. And the response was very positive if you allow us to do this, this, and that. And this, and that, we were not ready back then. So we had to think, okay, should we stop our work here? Because the market requests something similar, but this is not what we developed. Or we still have to invest and to develop even more in order to reach a level that the market think is okay to start buying. And that time, we decided to keep working on that. And in order to fund the company, we divided the company in two parts, essentially. One part is still working on radio, also up now. So still developing, is always researching something new. And the other part of the company is actually developing something that we already knew by our previous background that was missing in the market, related to optical telescopes. So in this moment, the company has two catalogs, two websites, two channels, is like two companies in one. But one part of the company is selling innovative device for optical telescopes, and we sell that on a daily basis through the internet. We have 60 distributors all over the world that sell this product that we developed and that we still build here, okay? But these are mostly requested devices that convert any optical telescope into a robotic telescope. So it's something still innovative, but something that people really can use today. And the other part of the company essentially was taking the money we get from the first part of the company in order to develop the radio telescope that everyone was telling us, well, we need that. And in the meantime, we had to succeed in order to make this radio telescope. So actually we have two catalogs with two types of products that we sell all over the world. This is how we found it.
This is a very interesting experience related to the 11 and to the maturity of the technology, because 10 years ago he was thinking to be ready to sell his dream. Okay? After 4 years, he was without money. And he had to dedicate a little bit of resources in the network to an innovative business, but optical. It was not his dream. It was to realize to survive. Okay? So he did not, let's say, leave the dream, but he sustained the dream with a little bit of cash, because he was needing, let's say, from a innovative but relatively normal business to normal. And this happened. Also with internal conflict, he had several internal conflicts. One at the beginning, he came to me and said, I have to divorce of my colleagues. Because in the history of a successful startup, there are person-to-person conflict. From Steve Jobs to the other conflicts is a problem. And one of the problems of the conflict is the uncommon speed of the team. There is someone running super fast and someone going lower. And this is generating the tension. So the tension at the end is collapse and it breaks. 50% of the case. Anyhow, he moved when he had a product identification, when he was ready to integrate component, technology readiness level 4, he had to buy components. He had to move out from polo technological, pay a little bit of fees into a real garage. It was a kind of garage. Was a nearby place, but bigger, because he had to pick up from prototype components. Then we moved to 5 and 6. That is trying if the proof of concept was a book, okay? Defining what to do, blah, 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 testing. Then you prepare components, and then you put together components, okay? Components are not industrialized, are maybe one-to-one prepared, and dimension are totally unprecise. But at the end, plugging in to a computer, you have the possibility to see what's going on. And this is an important moment. Technology readiness level 4, 5, 6 is so-called technology transfer, moving from the idea and getting close, the so-called last mile, going nearby to the market. 7, 8, okay? In terms of finance, so I respond also to the remote question. The first phase is try collect. Family, friends, and food. The second phase, business angels and venture capitalists. The business angel, I told you I check the proof of concept, I check the product integration, eventually I check the intellectual property, because we are developing something about who owns the product, who owns the product, because if I have to put money, I want to know if it's mine or not. So patents and intellectual property is a phase that must be checked before technology readiness level 7. If from 1 to 3, the startup term needs 50,000 euros, from 4 to 7, he needs at least 500,000. And this is a so-called seed startup. Question? Do you have a question up to now? You follow me? When you will check the papers, there are checklists to check if you move properly from 5 to 6, from 6 to 7. Did you analyze the supply? At the level of the internal prototype, that is phase 4, he built up a radio telescope with non-homologated components, with non-homologated suppliers, because it's meaningless to invest in homologation if you are at the early stage. So you try to reach a physical or usable product without spending too much. And you reach the moment go, no go. The phase from 4 to 7, also answering the question removed, is so-called the valley of death. Because you start needing money and you don't have cash. So the high percentage of startups die in this phase. After the proof of concept, at the technology transfer, when you have to spend and you don't have really million to money. For this reason, there are venture capital and business angels. Do you know which is the success rate of a startup of a technology from phase 4 to the market? An idea. How many good idea, good technology at the phase 4 reach the market? Guess it. 1 on 20. 1 on 20 in mechanical. 1 on technical. 1 on 50 on biofuel. Then we have a story of another startup successful. Friend of mine with a that is a doctor who used to be in Utrecht, he developed a special gel, the other kind of gel, to regenerate the cellular tissue. Very smart and very innovative technology. On top of that, he was preparing also machinery to use in the lab to manufacture it. It's a kind of gel that you inject an example on the bones, on the bones, to ameliorate the deficit of flexibility of the bone. This is a pharmaceutical product. Pharmaceutical products, they use a kind of PLM that is made phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. Passing from in vitro testing. In vitro is PLM 4, where you test in the molecular structure. Then normally you move to animals. Finally, you test for humans with a normal test on individual device, normal test for medicine. And this company, they believe in it. They started with a concept, university, everything was good, but they had a problem with money. So we were discussing how to get finance to move from the in vitro testing that is in the lab into market. Moving into humans, you need the approval of the Food and Drugs Administration in the United States. If you do this for your skin, you must be sure that the product is highly tested in London lab, and it takes minimum 1 million euros to pass the test. Minimum. If you have a real pharma product, you need 100 million euros to the drug industry. And we didn't have money out of the seat because we went to the business area, venture capital, but take into account that one of these venture capital attended licensing 1 on 20 will have success, and then put the money if I am one of the 19 failing companies. And so, as people move to optical, they move to animals, because sadly, pharmaceutical drug in the veterinary sector is much easier. Now, there are dogs. How you say animal? Push. You know the push dogs, okay? Without for most of them, they count about species. If you look at Canadico, they have a special posture, top on front and down back. It's because they have activities. So they started selling this care for activities to dogs. They get money enough to survive. Some months, some years, they test on animals. Finally, we were in the United States, and we met one of the rich person. He has a personal property of around 15 billions active in biotech, and maybe with some arthritis problems with this person owns the Lakers basket club. Okay. And he's a Korean American person said, okay, I will put 2 million for 40% of the company to go on the market. Now the company has 100 person in Italy taking the machine and is selling all over the world this gel for better better. This is and for the chemical and for the all kind of gel that we have in the body. So this is another story of starting with an idea, moving to another idea, passing the different steps. The last steps after 7 is you have to move to the market. So from the prototype, you have to define the bill of material, freeze you know what is bill of material. Nobody knows the bill of material. Bill of material is a list hierarchical list of components of the car. Car, you have the engine, you have the chassis, and in the engine you have the valves, so level by level, you have the list of components. In hardware, today if you want to sell to the space, to laser, to Boeing, you have to define and freeze the bill of material. And this is technology evidence level 7 and 8. Then you have to move into a defined production facility. Because in all sectors, but how in definitely medical, you cannot produce medicine in a garage. You must have a facility that is tested, and also your machineries are tested. You cannot change the production way. Yeah, level 7 is a bill of material. You cannot change the items. Then you have tier level 8. You have to define a production process that you cannot change anymore. You have the inspection of the inspector. You have some inspectors.
Yeah, sometimes.
And what they check.
Related not to the astronomy research level, but space research level, they inspect. They request for certifications, qualifications, type of product, yeah.
Finally, you have the production. And production means that at tier level 7, you free the bill of material. Tier level 8, you free the production process. 9, you put together and you are ready for the commercialization of the stage. But I was managing director of the company making electrical products for washing machine and for automobile industry. Okay? Mercedes was one of my customers. I passed through this process, and we had the room of samples. The room of samples where the level 7 defined product, no more prototype, and exactly that kind of motor. The inspector is checking if everything was feasible, identical to what that would be. And then they check the production. Okay, you have the engineer, you have the cycle of production, everything is defined, checked. You move into production, you have quality testing, you have sampling of quality testing, and at the end, you are also. So the process is long, the process is standardized. It started more or less 25 years ago on hardware in aerospace. That has been extended, and you will have documentation for extending this methodology to software, because also software can have these steps. Data sets, also databases can have these steps. And services, maintenance of whatsoever, you have all the indication in the paper that I'm giving. Oops. You are still alive? Make some question now. Because I told you it was a little bit boring. I tried to, with the help of Filippo, to make it real with some example, but I want your question. From Rico or from here, please. A little bit of pause. Yes, I'm kind of my phone.
Somebody and really beneficial for the society, but isn't it how can you make
No matter. You know, sustainability, right? Sustainability. Sustainability is the one that is very common in Europe is financing sustainability, is asking for check sustainability. All technological is very effective on sustainability. I ask you that if an idea, if a product is not sustainable, no way to stop. Engineer, method one. So if it's not sustainable, but what do we need today's sustainability? Today's sustainability is ESG. You heard about ESG? ESG means economic, social, and government. Okay? So if a product, if an idea, a product, is good, today is not good because it is economically sustainable. Now I am answering. If there is no economic value, can have a social value, or can have a government value. Government value, the social impact, visibility, culture. So if these two aspects that are social and government positive, you can define the product and idea of technology viable and sustainable, even if not that much. My recommendation is to study and to go a little bit deeper in ESG, because it's becoming a worldwide standard, the sustainability. That is not only green. Sometimes you use them like green is equal sustainable. Not true. To be sustainable, you must be green, but not only. Europe, the European community, is financing projects that are sustainable because no negative in, did you hear age, do not age, do not significant harm. Do NSH. Do not significant harm. Today, with the project financed by the must pass a test. Do not significant harm. Whether it is not negative or the green condition. Okay, impact on the natural resources. But this is one part. If you make a product that improve transparency or it's a social impact, where social impact can be inclusion. Okay, a project that is not negative from the point of view of economic impact, because it is negative. But it is the problem. You ask me if it does not have positive economic values. From positive to negative, there is a big difference.
By negative influence mean so positive get one and negative influence. Means negative
Problem. If you take a problem, this is not an idea. This is did you hear about PNRR? That is the after COVID, Europe gave a lot of money to different governments to make projects. Okay, Italy got more than 200 billions to make projects. 219 billion. But this project has a period of investment makes a problem. Okay? When the project is done, okay, you must go on. Take an example, the bridge from Italy to Sicily is an important project. This bridge must be financed. Okay? So you have the initial phase to make the bridge. And this must be done with public funds. Tunnel under the Alps. A new school. But once the bridge is built up with revenue of passing the water, you have to maintain not what ongoing losses. This is the difference between gaining money or losing money. Because if the project is losing money, who will finance? Sorry? The product is not sustained after for the PNRI. If the product is not sustained after 2025, when will be over, the product will not go, and the government gives back the money. Because you cannot ask the state agency to pay. What to say? If it is not viable at all, if it's not needing money, it's possible to finance. But make a distinction. Again, tier level. From tier level 1 to 9 is invest in the research phase, in the preparation phase, in the product phase. Then you go to the market. But if you go to the market and have no one final product technology, or when you say you lose money, unbiased. This is the hardware filter in the defense. Other questions? Are you prepared to make a technology readiness assessment to your given idea? Now, if it is a product, please remember you have to do it. Sorry? If you are seeking to make a product, to make a hardware, please refer to this methodology, ask for help, because in these days, and more in the future, if you need money to have an idea, this is 100% related. European funding are related to technology better, and regional funding are related to this more and more in common language. Because if you will answer me, yes, my idea, my product is ready to sell, I will check it. Because you ask me money and I want to give you money to support you. But I want to know from where to where and which is your stage. We have been talking about emotion, about let's say, all love for the ideas. But money is really kind of love. At the end, you have to assess it and to weigh the feasibility. You have to measure the risk. You will never buy the parachute with function 9 times out of 10. Keep in mind this is that. You are tired enough and yes, close to Philip. No more question to me, no more question to Federico. To Filippo. You are ready.
Ah, devono. Allora. Possiamo iniziare? Allora. Okay, so if you are ready, we can start. Good morning, everybody who is in presence, also who is connected online. I'm you're ready. All right, so I'm Marco Livotto. I'm the general manager of LIF. LIF is a company that some of you guys that are present here in person visit us last week, and for the other people that are online that didn't visit the company, I will have a short presentation in a few minutes. Thank you very much for the friends of Polo and from the Consortio Universitario who invited us to this morning to have this lesson. More or less will be 1 hour and a half, so 2 sessions of 45 minutes, more or less. And if you have any kind of any further question, please let me know during my speech or at the end if you prefer. Okay, if you want, give me some idea, give me some suggestion, give me some of your thoughts, are welcome. Please don't be shy, and I hope that there is some kind of interaction physically with you or also online with the chat in Zoom. First of all, as I said, a very brief presentation about the company. LEF is the acronym of Lean Experience Factory. Lean Experience Factory, what is? Is a model company. Okay, is a company that established the business in 2011, so 12 years ago, and has a clear mission. The clear mission of LAF, what is provide to our client the knowledge, the skill, the experience in order to have success into the transformation of the business. Okay, this is our goal. Support our client in their process of transformation. Of transformation of what? Transformation of business, transformation of operations, transformation of technologies, transformation of modernization of product and processes. Why is critical the transformation? Because in many or most of the case, the transformation is not successful. So the transformation path at the end is worse than at the beginning the situation. Okay, it's critical the success in the transformation because all the effort that you put in money, in time, in resources have to bring a result that at the end is better than at the beginning. This it could be something that you see, but is obviously okay. We want to be better at the end than at the beginning. Is obviously something that it should be, let's say, clear, and of course it should be present in every case. But believe me that 75% of the cases, the transformation path is not successful. Not successful for what and why? We see together this point in few minutes. Okay. The company started in 2011 with a focus on the operation, so with a focus on more on a factory. Company is made, let me simplify a little bit, of two parts mainly: the production and all the other processes that are part of the value chain. So from the engineering department, from the product development, R&D, purchases, supply chain, sales, etc., etc. And also there is the production. In 2011, we started with the production. Why? Because this territory, this area of Italy, but of Europe, let's say in general, is very, very strong for the manufacturing. It's very strong for the production process. Okay, there is not so much finance. There is not so much services or third sector. Okay, mainly here there are companies. So the idea was starting to have this company maybe with the production part. After that we start also to develop new area. So for example, how can we support with the same method not only the production companies but also who are mainly involved maybe in the services. Okay, if you can optimize a process that is a production process, why a service process should be different? Okay, so we started to develop also other departments, and the big fourth industrial revolution came in 2015, and also us and other company, we started to put some technologies into our process. And what happened? That we start to create a digital company. This idea of digital company growth and growth and growth during the year. And in 2021, we had the grand opening of the biggest digital model company in the world, thanks to our investment made in joint venture with McKinsey, that is one of the biggest firm in the world for consulting, for the big company, big name, and big brands that all of us know. And here we are this asset that is, let me say, with a little bit of honor, the lighthouse into this network of other companies that are present all over the world. Other similar companies are present in Germany, or in Middle East, or in America, or in Asia. And see, there are 7 all over in Turkey, also the last one. But we are the lighthouse. That means that all the investment, okay, all the technologies, all the first solutions that are able to provide some kind of added value for our clients. First of all, they come in Servito il tagliamento, okay, here to be tested, to be applied into process, and if they have, if they give to the process another value, they are replicated in another center, then to the clients, and if not, they are closed. Okay, so we represent the first center that can benefit of all the investment from the different countries also that are tested here and then replicated. Why is important having a digital model company? Okay, what is a digital, for what is useful a digital model company? Mainly for 5 points, okay? Grazie. We are able to, in a center like this, okay, to replicate a from to journey. What it means a from to journey? In many cases, okay, when you talk about transformation, okay, you are able to see there exists that. So you go to a company, you do an assessment, you do a study, and you see what is the situation now. Or maybe you can see what is the situation, what was the situation before, okay, 1 year before, 2 years, 10 years, okay, in the past. What is difficult to see? What is the future? Why? Because the future is not already written. But this is the point where that is important to see what and how will be the future, the processes, the company, the model, the business model, and so on. So into a model company, this is possible to live every day. So into the morning, you can see a company with the as-is status, and in the afternoon or evening, you can see the company how will be. Living this transformation, it gives you a clear idea of what is a transformation and how big, what is the impact that this transformation can bring into your company. This means also what? To inspire our customers, our clients on how will be the future. Because in many cases, you think that you are fine in your process, or maybe you are not, okay? But you can think that if you change, you can go from point A to point B. But you don't know that in the rest of the world, there is many other points. So having one part in one space, the all or many of these options, it gives you the idea on how big can be the change and which are the different options that you have. All of this living by yourself in first person, this kind of transformation of change. The first point is not only, let me say, see, but living with workshop, okay? As I said, you are part of this transformation. It's not something that you see many technologies, okay? Many technologies stand alone and that are maybe new or maybe they are from the past days, okay? What do you see, what you can live is live and work differently. This is the difference, okay? Try to work with let me say, nowadays technology, and try to work with the technology of tomorrow, but that already present, okay? So it's more strong because you remember more what you live. Okay. This speech that I'm doing here for you will be forgot very, very soon. Okay. But your visit, please. Yeah, absolutely. The most common ERP, do you know what is an ERP? Enterprise Resource Pro is a software for managing the company. Okay. There are many brands, there are many solutions from Microsoft, from SAP, from Oracle, from everything. Okay. Or also small brand, local, in every nation. But the more common tools that the companies use is Excel. Okay, Excel is a super incredible tools. Okay, that is part of the 100% of the company in every day. What is the problem of Excel? That is a digitalization of the paper. So instead to write on the paper, okay, in the ink, you use Excel. This is not a digitalization. This is a transfer your action into a multimedia tool. Okay. Is impossible work with Excel? Absolutely not, because it's what's happening every day. But how can be, okay, work with the tools that are made for the transparency of the company, made for the communication within different departments of the company, having the information that starts from one part of the company and is useful for many other options, or this information is able to start to let begin other processing to other function of the company. Okay, this is something that is not present. Is let me say the technology is present today, but is not spread into the company. Okay, this is an example of leading this kind of transformation. So work in a way that is very common today, and try to use the tools that are at the state of the art today, but are not common. And this give you an impact of what? Productivity, of quality, transparency, of cost reduction, etc., etc. Is something that is impossible to transfer into a company tomorrow morning? No, because the technology is ready. You buy the technologies. Okay, the technology is never the problem. The problem is that if you buy a technology and you get this technology into a business, into a company, into a process that is not ready, you will have a beautiful tool that never use, and all the people that continue to use Excel. Okay, so in order to create a process that is able to let the people of this company, like this example, accept and be the first promoter of the transformation from Excel into this tool, you need to create what? The mindset, the behavior, the situation, the background, okay, the process different and more effective in order to have success in this transformation. The problem is never the technologies. We have plenty of technologies that are beautiful, that are also, in many cases, also very cheap, but are just in the computer and we don't use them. Okay. Why? Because the problem is not the technology, the problem is the people, are the people. If we are not able to accept, to understand what are the benefits of adopting, switching from one situation as is into a new situation, is very different, it's very difficult. Every change in our life is very difficult. Okay, we want always to save this situation because it's more comfortable for us. Okay? We are used to that. Change for us is very, very difficult, and we try to do our best in order to don't change. Did I answer? Sorry. Yeah.
It's my information there, and it's not reaching everyone, company, transparent,
Yeah, let's say that this is an example, okay? We can have many other, but talking about this, what is the problem on Excel? That the Excel files, okay, are made by one people, two people, and many other put the data in. Who are able to manage it, to know how that file works? Okay, we're able to understand which is the input, the output, how they manage it, okay? And especially I have this file for my eye. If you ask me some information, you need me in person to extract the data, okay? And if I'm not anymore in this company, what happens? And for example, if I still in this company, but I want to give you the information that I want, or with the perspective that I want. Okay. So this is an example that I hope it was easy, but able to give you the impression. Consider the situation of the vacation. Okay, you know, in Italy we have many people in vacation. Why the company stopped, also who are in work, because the information is on my colleague, that he's able to give me the information that I need. But the value, okay, this capital is not owned by the person, it's company value. Okay, so it should be very, very public and very transparent to everybody. Another problem is what? That this information is static, it's not dynamic. So consider another example, okay? I have my schedule, okay, for the maintenance of this directory or of these machineries or of this video projector, etc. Okay? Me, I'm the maintenance guy of this company. Okay? I have my Excel file with all the scheduling of all the maintenance activity that I have to do. Okay, I put everything, I record everything's perfect. Okay, I have to change the light of this video projector. Okay, I have to change this light. An example of what it could be that I have this. I go to the warehouse, I pick the light, I use the light, and I replace it, etc., etc. Consider a situation where there is an integrated system, okay, that it gives in proactive way to the maintenance guy all the list of the activities or the maintenance that he has to do or she has to do, okay, and he did check all the activity. This okay, I need to replace the light. He checked in the warehouse. Okay, the warehouse is not present. This send an email automatically to the purchase office in order to buy a new light. Okay, this automatically send an email to the suppliers in order to order a new component, a new part, and everything is always in line and connected. So this is another big difference. Then in one case you have a company that works as a silos, where everybody keeps very secret the information. In the other, you have a company that provide information to the other, and these information are useful for the work, okay, of every day, all the people of the party.
and then Excel in the transparency information and
Any other tools is better than Excel, but it's not that I'm talking bad about Excel. Excel is a beautiful tool, okay, but keep the example as an example, okay. So the problem is when you use a tools made for calculation as a software for managing a company. Okay, so keep the example not as a bad talking about Excel. It can be every other tools, okay. It can be also assets. It can be every single database that it keeps secret and keep in a personal way the information, and it doesn't not create a platform for the communication and dissemination of the data and information.
different tools, you know, what is next from the guys and from the. You think there are some tools which are not better and then the problems.
There are many of the big brand are SAP, Microsoft, Oracle, but I mean there are thousands of tools that are made for that. Okay, of course that it depends on which is your business, what is your dimension, what is your industry, your countries, etc. Your country, etc. Okay. There are beautiful tools that are very big brand, very expensive, very difficult to implement. And there are tools that are very small, very cheap, very easy to implement. And both of those are perfect. If you are a big multinational company, multi countries, high complexity, you need probably a partner, a vendor that is very strong, big, very expensive normally. If you are very specific with a very peculiar characteristic of that industry, maybe you are able to find some partner that is maybe close to you logistically, geographically, and that has a product very, very custom for that sector. Talking about the company. With a model company, you think that it's possible to give you an idea or see a transformation only about manufacturing? No. Why not? Because the process, okay, are always processes. A process of the maintenance or a production process in order to assembly this mouse or assembly this screen, of course, is different respect to a process of either alone to a people or to a company or give an insurance for my car. Two completely different outputs. Okay, one is a mouse or a screen, the other one is a piece of paper with some data about the insurance or the loan. But what is important that in all the activities that we do, we have different phases, and these different activities, these different phases create a process. So if we are able to analyze these activities, this work that we do, and analyze this as a processes, okay, we can use the same, almost the same tools in order to improve the efficiency of this process. And this is what we try to do, okay? So we try to be able to give the same impression, the same idea on how to optimize these processes for bank, insurance, services, energy company, services company, and of course, manufacturing companies. These are the different phases of transformation. So from pre-lean processes that are not performing, but it means that is everything bad? No, I know many companies, okay, that are at the state zero, so pre-lean, and that make a lot of money, that have a great success, that are continuing investing in order to grow in different countries or in different businesses. Okay, so this doesn't mean that is everything to throw away if you are in a pre-lean status. What it means that you burn a lot of resources, you burn a lot of money. So if you think you could make double the money or even more, okay, this means. After this, you can go to you can transform your process in a more effective process. So you say, let me say, in the lean status. This means that you have a good level of efficiencies. That it means the quality is good. You are able to manage and control the cost of your product and your processes, and this means that also your lead time, so your delivery time, okay, is good, and you are able to manage this lead time in different conditions. After, okay, but only after, okay, that you are in a good shape, let's say, it's possible to put what? To put the technologies. If you put the technologies, the digitalization, the analytics before, okay, when you are not in a good performing way, you do what? You digitalize scrap, you digitalize waste, and it's possible to have a data analytics when you have informations that are wrong from all the machineries, from all the processes that you have. Yes, of course, you can put the best data analytics tools, the best data scientists, the best of the tools, invest a lot of money, and you have what? Nothing. Because the data that you have are always wrong. So you put the digitalization for what? For nothing. So after that you optimized, or you try to optimize, because the optimization is a never-ending story, you can put also, okay, the tools and the digitalization. This is possible to do. We are in 2023, so what I'm telling to you is consider that before you have first to optimize, and then you have to digitalize. But this is possible to do also in parallel, or very, very secondly together. Okay. The fourth step is what? The sustainability. Everybody talk about the ESG. Everybody talk about sustainability. Sustainability is beautiful, it's important for us, for our planet, for everything, okay, but how you can do it? Okay, you can do it by declaration, you can do it because we want to be everybody good and more polite and more green, etc., or you can do it also in a more, let me say, based on fact and data. If you talk about the data, the technology is our best alliance that we can have, because the data can give you the information, and this information are useful in order to show, to convince the people, our clients, our customers, our stakeholders, our colleagues, that we are reducing, or that it is possible to reducing, for example, the CO2, or that it's possible to reduce the pollution, or that it's possible to have a product more green and with a less impact into the environment. Okay, so in our perspective, the digitalization is the next steps. Okay, gives the base for the next steps also for the sustainability transformation of a company, of a business. Who knows something about lean manufacturing? Also online, if there is somebody.
Yes. Your machines today in their lives. maybe quantity.
But in part, yes. Yes.
There is one of the way to reveal the time for that process.
Yes. Somebody?
In the minds.
You talk about two aspects that are correct, both. So machine, okay, that is a part, okay, and process, that is another part, okay. Lean manufacturing is a lean manufacturing is a methodology of working, okay, that born in Japan from Toyota Motor Company first, and then spread all over the world. Okay, after the Japan started in America. Okay, in order to be replicated, and the American guys, they thought that it was impossible to transfer the methodology, and the Japanese guys too, because it's they thought that it was possible only with some kind of culture, okay, typical from the Japanese world and culture, but we show then that this wasn't true, because also in America and all over the world it works very, very good. Lean manufacturing is a methodology, okay, I go very fast here, to reach three main goals. The three main goals are the roof of this temple, okay, that is very obviously, if you think, okay, is increase the quality, reduce the cost, and reduce the lead time. If you will have, or if you have a company, okay, what do you want for your clients? Offer something that every day is better in terms of quality, that possibly it costs always less, and in a fastest way as possible. Okay, it's something very, very clear. It's something obviously, but the mix of these three elements are the most hard things to reach into a business. Because if you think increase the quality, what it requires? Invest in order to make the things better, okay? But if you invest, how can you reduce the cost? Increase the quality, it requires what? That you are more careful, that you put more attention, you spend more time in order to check the product. But so how is possible to reduce the lead time? So you see that it's obviously, but put these three elements together is the key factor, the key success. Okay, it was, it has been, it is also now the key success of the Japanese industry, but it's very, very good. Is the most complex things that you can do. And maybe if you are super, okay, very good, you can do it for 1 year. You say, okay, we put all our efforts this year and we try to do our best. We put together the best engineers, the best manager, the best technician, and we try to do our best. The different, what is? That you don't have to do this for 1 year, well, for 1 year. You have to do this always, for all your life. And can you imagine what is the benefit of increasing the quality of 1%? Not the 10%, but the 1% every year for 10 years. Okay, of reducing the cost of 0.5% for 10 years. Okay, and for 20 years. So this is the kind of impact that this methodology brings. Okay, a long-term result, okay, with a huge impact on the business. It's easy? No. It's very complicated. Why? Because it's a methodology. is not something that you can buy, apply, and it works. A methodology is work on what? On tools, on systems, in let's say approach that we can have, but all of this is made by the people. And the people, as I said before, is the more difficult things to manage, to convince, and to support in order to maintain and be aligned in this vision. This roof of the temple, okay, are built on two main pillars. One is just in time. Just in time is what? Mainly is having the right things at the right moment. No before, not after, no more or no less. You need the right things at the right moment. Only that. Everything that is different. If you have more, is a waste. If you have less, is not enough. Okay? Simply this. It's simple? No. It means putting a system that is not I produce for what he will need in the next half of the day or the next shift, but he call me every time that he needs something and able to provide these components in zero time. Okay? On the other side is what? Is standardization. Create standards. Create a common language, let me say, to the company and simplify as much as possible. Lean is something that is not difficult, okay, in general term. It's something that in many cases it could be common sense. But putting common sense every day into this kaizen, you say, this Japanese word, that is continuous improvement, is very, very difficult. Why? Because the Mediterranean people, okay, but also the Occidental world, everybody that are not born or that is not the Japanese culture, we said before, first of all, is what? Is our idea, is our creativity, is our capacity to do something better than the other. So we put before, first of all, ourselves. This culture born in Japan, where they think totally different, where they are more able, back to the Mediterranean world, let me say at least, to put the community first of all, and first of everything, and then the single person, okay? But let me say, with the right combination, with the right adoption of this methodology, there are examples of success all over the world, in any kind of industry, in any kind of company dimension, from the big multinational company into also the small or micro enterprises, and also in services, in law studios, accounting studios, etc., etc. So it's something that is possible to apply everywhere, in the emergency crisis, support, etc., etc. You have some questions? Please. Can you raise your voice?
Yes, we use that as far as I understood, that it's better to provide something and then we test and do this maybe in no time. Or you make what meetings for tomorrow or
Allora, if you produce stock, okay, the stock what is immobilized money that you put this money, you spend a lot, and you put this money into a warehouse or into a place, okay, and they are still there, okay. And maybe you lost also that money because the value of tomorrow is not sure. Okay, if you change the way of thinking, okay, and you produce only when this is required, okay, the value of money is sure, and especially you don't have lead time within what, within the production and the sale.
Okay, you need something, and then something happens, and then
You need what? The stability. Part of this pyramid is what? Standardized work and stability factors. Everything is able to stay after if you create a very, very, very stable situation. If you are able to manage many different aspects, internal of your company and also about the supply chain. So for this reason, it's something difficult to implement. Okay, it's not something easy. And the technology, it can be a good alliance because we can, the same transparency that we can have internal of our company, we can have also outside of our company, thanks to different kind of technologies. Okay, but on the other side, it's more difficult. Why? Because the world is bigger. We are much more interconnected. We have many external factors that impact our business. We have many what? Crises. The crisis now, okay, or the emergencies are much, much, much more frequent than 50 years ago. War, weather, political crisis, etc., okay, are so frequent now as never before, but not 200 years ago, as 40, 50 years ago. So it's completely different the world where we act now than in 1930, 1940, when this process started. But on the other way, we are much more experienced on adapt and how to apply this methodology into different businesses, into different processes. Okay, it's not something that when we go to our customer and say, okay, but what could be the impact? The impact is sure when you transform your business. But the question is, are you really willing to say no to some customizations, to some personalization, not of the product, but of the way that people work here? Because every person say, I do this because this is the only way that works. That is mine. So everybody has to say, okay, I reduce my space of personalization in order to create a more common way of working. And this is the very difficult part. Okay? Not for the methodology, not for the technology, not for investment, because in all of this methodology that you see, you can do it with zero investment if you want them. Okay, there are no tools, no software, no robot to buy. It's only methods. Which are the three big dimensions of this? Operating system, management structure, people, that is mindset and behavior. These three aspects, and all of them three are important at the same level, okay, make the difference. If you think only, okay, at the operating system, so how you manage your activities, okay, and your resources, or you think only about the process and you don't think about the people, okay, it will be an insuccess. Why? Because you can design the perfect layout of your factory. You can design the perfect process of your company. Okay, everything is perfect on the paper, but who implement that process are people. And if they are not involved, if this process is not designed on what they do and how they do, okay, of course, you have to find the best solution in the end, okay, it doesn't work. On the other side, if you work only with people and on process, but you have not the right tools, it's very, very difficult, okay? And so for the further part. So the mix of this three dimension, it will give you the good results. If not, it's possible to design, to try to apply, but the study explained very clear way that the possibility to have success are very close. For what? For this, because what I said before, the transformation, okay, the changing, it's very difficult for us. So we try to do our best in order to do not change. Then, of course, at the beginning, maybe there is also some of us, or maybe if you have a good leader, all of us that want to change, that they say, ah, very cool, we have these new things, we can have the best, we work in the best, but after a little bit, what happened? That you return very fast to what you did before or what you had before. Why? Because you had that for many years. It's very easy for you. It's something that created your comfort zone, and going out from the comfort zone is very difficult. This is how we work. Okay, what it means, this slide, that every kind of activity that we do, okay, that is going to buy a newspaper, is when we produce this mouse, when we do our speech like this, okay, there is three main different kind of activities. Okay. And what are these different kind of activities? One is the most important, the only one that is a reason why. That is the reason, okay, for me to be here, talking with you, and hoping give you one or two thoughts that are useful for your future. Okay. This is the only thing that is useful today for me. Talking with you in this moment, talking with you, okay, is the added value, because it's what the clients, the partner, the stakeholder asks to me, talking with you. The other things, what is? The other thing is having the material for the presentation, okay, because this is part, okay, of the speech. I worked before for this presentation, okay. I spent a couple of hours preparing this presentation. It's not directly paid, let me say, by the customer, okay, but it's something useful, so I have to do it. For what? There is no reason why. For me to come in here, I was at my work, it's 40 minutes away. I took my car and drove here. I work. All of this is not something that the customer paid. It's something that I did it, but it was a waste of time. If you think 40 minutes and 40 minutes is 80 minutes spent, that is completely a waste of time. Okay. And these three big kind of activity, okay, are always present in our life and in our daily activity. If you think going to the supermarket, okay, what is the benefit of going to the supermarket? Having food. Okay, so all the activity that you do that is grab the food, okay, put in the carrello, come si dice, in the cart, and put then in the refrigerator, okay, is useful. All the rest, no, is a waste. Okay, so if we do 100% of our daily life, okay, or working day, or working hours, what is the part of the added value work that we do? Very, very low. Because most of the activity are what? Are activity that are not added value but are necessary, or is a waste. Unfortunately, we live in a life, okay, that is full of waste of time. But the time is a very critical resource and is also a very costly resource. So we need to do the best of what? Of trying to reduce the waste of time and to increase as much as possible the added time of the indirect activity, that is the activity that are fundamental that they have to do in order to create the added value. Okay? It's not possible to reduce at zero the not direct activity, because in order to do the added value activity, so the part in on the right for you, you always need the not direct activity. What is possible to do is reduce as possible, close to zero, the waste time. That, yes, is possible. Okay. The target you see is minimize the waste and not value. Another error, what is? Another error, for example, is try to do what? Try to, okay, if I have to produce more, if I have to do more, I work more. But is smart or not? What do you think? Considering that we have the added value, the not added value, and the waste. Exactly. Instead to work more, try before to reduce your waste time. Okay? Try before to work better. Of course, if I work now 8 hours, I can produce more if I work 10 hours, 12 hours. But I work 10 hours for having the same things that maybe it was possible working 6 hours if I work better. Okay? So in every kind of your situation, of your life, of your work, of your study, okay, how can I optimize the way I'm doing the things? Okay? This is an important aspect of lean. Okay, so on one side there is the added value, okay, the different kind of activities that you have in your work or your activities, and on the other side you have the elements that give you a loss of efficiency. Okay, why you lose your efficiency? Mainly for 3 different main categories. Okay, that is the waste we saw on the aspects related to the time, the variability, okay, and the inflexibility aspect. Okay, these we talk about the time. Time is just one. Okay, time is a result or mainly 8 different categories. Motion. Okay, every time that I'm moving, okay, from one side of the office to the other. If I'm moving, I print a paper and I have the printer 50 meters away. What is that? It's a waste. How many times do I print a paper per day? 10 times. How many meters do I do per day?
Exercise.
Exercise, exactly. But you can do it after the work, in a park that maybe is better. It's more green. It's more fresh air. In one day, how many meters? 50 and 50. 100 per 600 meters. Okay? In 1 week, 3 kilometers. In 1 month, in 1 year, consider that you work 200 days per year, 210. Okay? You do many marathon. That is only a waste. Then it's good for the shape, maybe. The other thing is over processing. If you put processes that too much, that have stuff that are not needed, you do what? You are doing a waste. And on the other side, the overproduction, as I say, if you produce more, you say, no, I'm very, very efficient today. I have to produce 12 pieces, I am producing 16. Okay, it's not that you are doing good. You are producing a loss for the company. You are putting money into a process, you are burning money for nothing. Okay, because maybe that is not needed. Okay. The other thing is transportation. Okay, if you transfer the goods, transfer the people, transfer the components from one side to the other, from one area to the other, and going back and forth, this is a loss of money. As well as what? A low level of quality, scrap. Okay, and a scrap has two different values. One, if you are able to detect that inside your process that has an impact, is a cost, but what is even worse? Why a problem a problem of quality, it can be a problem even worse respect if you are able to detect it into your business, into your company. When a quality problem, it can be the worst situation as possible respect if you are able to detect that problem into the business, into the process of your company. But when the situation is when it was
It's not this by
exactly when this problem is detected, is found by the clients, this is even worse, because if you think you solve the problem, the product, you ship it, you use it, and the client, the people that are using the goods find a problem. So you spend more money before, and also you have a bad impression by the clients. Okay, so that is the worst of the worst. The waiting, okay, waiting is a loss, is a waste of while, because we do what? Nothing. But we are spending money, okay, because time is money. Inventory, okay, for if we have an overproduction, probably we have also an inventory that is too high for nothing. And the last one, the inventory is what? Is a warehouse, okay? Consider that you have a warehouse, okay, full of finished goods and also components. But the finished goods, maybe I will sell it or not. Let's say that we have just that, so we are able to sell. Okay, or we have two different versions. But the components are the right one or not? Are needed or not for the production? And when? So we produce for having what? For put all the cost, all the money that I spend in order to produce that, okay, and put it into a warehouse. And that's it. If you have one, two, okay, the quantity needed for the short term maybe is also a good factor of success for your company. But if this is too high, you put a lot of money, and this means that you have less capacity to invest then. Okay, and you immobilize, you freeze the money for nothing. The last waste is what? Is the intellectual. Okay, because if you put people with a good level of knowledge, with a good ability to work, and you put these people to do like a parrot, the same things without thinking, okay, doing the same things every day, you're wasting the intellectual capacity of these people. This means what? That you should always be able to reach the people, to let the people talk, to try to understand if they have something to suggest, if they are the manager, if they are the technician, and also if they are the last workers that came into the company. Why? Because everybody has something to say. Everybody, it can give you the idea that is the winning one. Okay. Always, of course not. In any case, of course not. But in some case, yes. So you need to put a system, okay, able to understand these people and able to let the people talk. Because in many cases, the people are worried to talk. Because say, no, I could say something stupid. Yeah, maybe sometimes it's something stupid, or maybe not. But you have to create a system, a culture, where the people are free to speak, where the people are willing to give the idea in order to improve, to create a benefit for the organization where they work. The last thing is what is variability. Okay, the variability is what is when you need to change every time, every day, in a very fast situation, the composition of your product, the mix of your product, the mix of your components, where you are not able to create a very stable system. Okay, you remember that at the base of the pyramid that I showed you before, one thing was stability. Okay, the variability is the opposite of the stability. So create stability in a very flexible, in a very variable situation is difficult. Okay, and this it can happen for different things. Okay, for maybe because there is a high turnover into a company, so there is not always the same level of knowledge. If there is not the same level of knowledge, what it brings this? Maybe problem of quality, because the people don't work always with the same skills, always with the same ability, and this brings a problem of quality. Maybe. Okay, so try to standardize and to create stability into this is very important, but at the same time it's very difficult. So you can understand that then I have to go fast to the next part. You say that it can be easy to understand the goal on a lean methodology or lean transformation, because you say, okay, we want to give to the customers high quality, try to reduce the cost and try to be faster. But all of this, it brings many details that are difficult to implement and that requires a lot of effort in order to create an organization able to work continuously on that direction. Okay, it's not something that you do one time and then it's done. It's something that you need to do every day. There is I don't show you because it's just 20 minutes, so I want to go to the next part. There is a nice example of lean methodology that is also possible to see in a popular movie that is the story about the inventor of McDonald's. Okay, McDonald's, the real inventor of McDonald's, started to design the layout of the first kitchen, okay, using the lean methodology, or let's say the optimization of the layout, because he knew it that faster he did the sandwich, he was able to sell more sandwich to make more money. Okay, so every waste of time, it was a waste of money. So in the movie, there is a nice example on how they started, how design this first kitchen and the experience that they had. Now, turning into the more digital part, you know that we are living the fourth industrial revolution. Yes? Do you know that? No? Never hear about the fourth industrial revolution? AI is a part. I mean, ChatGPT is a part of our. Yeah, that are part. Here you have, so the question it was, but now you see it. The first industrial revolution, it was about steam. You hear about that? Yes. Yes, in UK, the first industrial revolution with the steam, they start to produce the textile machinery, not moved by the arm of the woman, but by the steam. Okay. This was the first industrial revolution. The second industrial revolution was when they had the electricity, because instead of the steam, okay, and the charcoal, they use the what? They use the electricity. Okay, so another advancement, another improvement. And then we reach what? The third one, during, let me say, the from 40 to 70, 80, okay, of the last century, okay, when we have what? When we have the automation, okay? The robot is not something new. The robot existed 50, 60 years ago, okay? So they start to put what? They have to put the electricity within the computer, okay, and start to having processes automated, okay, and the process made by machine that produces stuff, okay. Then started from 2010, 2011, okay, we started to talk about this. We are having the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution, what is and why is completely different to the other? The fourth industrial revolution is an interconnection of different technologies, not just one. Before we had what? The steam, then we had the electricity, then we had the automation. Every revolution has been made by one technology. Now it's not one technology, but at least 9 technologies that collaborate all together, that are all interconnected, and created this important revolution. A revolution, what is? A revolution is when the situation after is completely different of the situation before, That means that there is a huge, okay, there is a very big impact in all the industry, in all the geography, in all the different sector of the world, of the economy. Okay, this is the fourth industrial revolution that we are still living. Okay, it's not ended now. It's something that we are still living, and that are based mainly on these 9 technologies. Okay, advanced manufacturing. Into this advanced manufacturing, if all the part related to cobot and robot. Do you know the difference between robot and cobot? Robot and cobot. From the words, I think that you can reach the right answer. Exactly. Exactly. A robot is a automated tool, okay, made to produce, to do stuff, and that for safety reason, okay, it has to be closed. It doesn't interact with the people because it's a machine, okay? You cannot go inside a machine. I mean, you can go, but it's not very safe, okay? So in some cases, is able to, or many cases, is able to interact with other machines. That is good, okay? A cobot, what is? A cobot is something that is made in order to work side by side with a person. Where the programming of this robot is not made by an engineer in office in some part of the world into office, able to program, to send the program and to let the tools works, but is made by the person grabbing the arm of the cobot and teach to this arm what to bring, how to move it, and where to leave the piece or the stuff or the things that he has to move. Okay, so it's something completely different. It's the same things? No. The robots are made for work for very long time, for very heavy pieces also, in a very stable condition, okay? So they have good benefits. The cobot are made for working side by side with a person. This means that they cannot handle very heavy pieces, very stuff, that they are not so fast, sorry. So they are different, but both of them are very useful depending on the condition, okay? If you think on the logistics, on the assembly, on the quality control during, especially during the COVID, okay, and the phases when they start to produce all the vaccines, okay, they invested a lot on automating, in the automatization of the lines, and there were no people, because most of them was in quarantine, or they were sick, or they had problem to transfer from one part to the other. So many companies, they invested a lot with cobot. Why? Because they were able to replicate, was something very fast programming, okay? You don't require specific skills in order to program this brand or the other brand that have different software languages, but you just program them by grabbing the arm and working with it. Another technologies, additive manufacturing. What is additive manufacturing? This is easy. You add additive manufacturing. I'm sure that you saw it already. 3D printing. Come? No. The 3D printing, you never hear about it? 3D printing is an example of additive manufacturing. Why? Because you add material. The 3D printing, how it works? there is an injection of plastics or metals or other things, let's say, mainly plastic and also meat. Now they do the steak, 3D printed or organs, and so etc. etc. But let's say about the plastic, there is an adding of this material, and then you create your product by adding material. Respect to what? To the normal production of a goods with a CNC, with a machine, where you remove material. Okay? If you think when you have a piece of metals or something, you have a piece of steel, and you work it, you machine it, and you remove the extra parts, the extra quantity of steel that you don't need it. Okay, this is a removing process. When you work with a 3D printing, you have what? Nothing. You have just a table with your machine, okay, with a base, and you put material and you create the product. For this is called additive manufacturing. Okay, here. Augmented reality. This I'm sure that you know. You have who has a smartphone? A smartphone. Do you have a smartphone? In every smartphone, there is the augmented reality. What is the augmented reality? Is the possibility, okay, with an app, with different tools, okay, there are also glasses or headset or different, let's say, hardware, but with the smartphone it works very good, to see the reality. So you put your camera, but added to the reality that you see through your camera, you see also some other information. There are Pokemon Go. It was maybe the famous game, the famous app that we had years ago. I don't know if it's still around or not, but every let's say many apps they of different for different scope, they have the augmented reality. For what it can be useful, the augmented reality? For pleasure, so for having fun, playing with Pokemon Go with your friends. But if you are, say me, I'm the maintenance guy of these tools, and it's my first day of work. If I have a smartphone with an application with augmented reality, that when I see the product, it gives me all the list of the checks that I have to do. Okay, and in case of some errors, it gives me also the suggestion, hey, you are doing this bad, or you miss one part of your job. This is an example of how the augmented reality can be useful for my daily work. Okay, if instead of this video projector, you are the maintenance crew of an engine for a Rolls-Royce, for a Boeing, believe me, that is still more useful because it has much more component respect to this video project. Simulation. Simulation, what is? Simulation is also, in this case, is not something that started today or in 2010. We are talking about simulation during the 60s, okay, 70s. What is the difference? That now we are talking about digital twin. So we are talking about a simulation that is not based only thanks to a mathematical or an algorithm, okay? So a model that is theoretical, but is based thanks to a data that comes out directly from the floor, come out directly from the reality. So this data coming out from the PC or from an hardware, from a machine, from your car, okay, are able to create in real time a simulation model. For what is useful this simulation model? Because if I interact with this simulation model and if I change the parameters, if I change the inputs for some condition, I can see what is the impact into this kind of simulation and know that this is very, 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 very close to the reality because it's not based by an algorithm, by a study that maybe is old from 1 year or 2 years that miss all a part of the story, but is always real-time updated. Horizontal and vertical integration, what is? Is moving from Excel and going through different tools that are more interconnected, more transparent with my supply chain, okay? So from my suppliers and my dealers with all my logistics, but are more interconnected from what? From what I have at the base. So what happens every day in my company, in my sales, in my stores, in everything that you want, and what happened at the top of the company where there are people that have to decide and have to take some decision in order to change it or to invest or to manage some aspect. Okay, so create almost zero time or the perfect aggregation information useful to take decision in the vertical and also in the horizontal. This is another big fix. Industrial internet. Okay, industrial internet is IoT. This is an example of IoT, Internet of Things. Okay, because it's interconnected, is always on and always transferring information, enriching information. But more professional, let's say, are the machines that are the same. Okay, also a machine that is on a shop floor is interconnected in the same way. And it is interconnected thanks to what? Thanks to systems that change completely the way of working, that is a cloud. Okay, a cloud computing is something that you are very young, so maybe for you is normal. Okay, but that 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it doesn't exist. And for having the same capacity of calculation, of storage data, or having information, having data, it was very difficult and very, very cost effective. Okay, so it was very difficult to have 15 years ago the same also capacity of simulation. Why? Because now the simulation is not anymore done into the laptop, but are done in some service in cloud from who knows where in the world, with a big system that are able to process all the data and information that they put it and to receive the information that they need. Before, I needed to have that program, that software inside my computer, with the capacity of calculation, with the capacity to store the data, with the capacity of elaborate all this data, and to give me the information that I need. All this interconnection is perfect, is good, is important, but what is the bad side of this? The security. Okay, the cybersecurity is a big problem, and is always growing and growing and growing. Why? Because we put more tools interconnected. We put more instruments, we put more machineries, we put more stuff interconnected. More things we are interconnected, we interconnect, more fragile we are, because we open the side, we have more side open to some probably cyber attacks. Last point of these 9 technologies, okay, is what? Is the big data analytics that then transforms into, say, a more popular word that is the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is some part of this science, is the more advanced one, but it's not that everything it works with artificial intelligence. Other area of this science, for example, is deep learning or machine learning or big data analytics. Okay, big data analytics, what is the capacity to analyze a huge quantity of data and to extract some information. Machine learning, deep learning, artificial intelligence, what is the ability of this algorithm, okay, is always algorithm made by the people in, also in this case, 40, 50 years ago, to extract the data in a way not controlled by the people and to learn from all this data by themselves, okay? Why is possible now and not 50 years ago when this algorithm has been invented? Because now we have the cloud, now we have the IoT, now we have the industrial IoT, now there is much more data and tools able to let this system works and be effective. Okay. Another things. All this. Then I go to the last slide, that is the part that is probably interest to you. All these technologies are called also exponential technologies. Why exponential technologies? Because they don't increase, okay, in a line, but they are exponential, okay? So they increase in a very fast way, okay, that is not linear, but is exponential. But on the same time, the cost decrease at the same way. So here you have an example of the 3D printing, okay, how it decreases the cost of a 3D printer. But to give you an idea, okay, the genetic part, okay, so if you want to have a genetic test of you, okay, now it costs, after 10 years, okay, or 12, 13 that we started, it costs 10,000 less than 13 years ago. Okay, so you see that it's not linear, but it is exponential. So if the capacity, the computational capacity that these tools have is exponential, and also the decreasing of the cost is exponential. So it's something that is not possible to stop it because they are too fast. Okay. The problem is what? Is our capacity to adopt these technologies, because we learn not in the same way, not so fast as this technology. So many ethical problems about artificial intelligence is related to this. Are we able to learn and to follow these technologies altogether or not? But on the same time, I say, if you don't start because we don't believe it, it's anyway impossible to stop it. So they will run and we stay here. And how can we then one day reach them when they are too far? Last slide. How can impact this on our life? In many cases, in every day of our life, okay, you're taking a lot of pictures, you're sharing pictures with your friends, with your family. We are far geographically, but always closer thanks to the multimedia, thanks to all these technologies. But the effect is huge also in your future life, walking, talking, okay, because all the work are blended with these technologies, and these technologies will impact this work, this professionalism in a very important way. If you think that ChatGPT, have you never talked or hear about ChatGPT? Yes. ChatGPT is perfect. Now we have a colleague that she's using ChatGPT, but I use him in almost every day of the week. If you are a journalist, if you are a copywriter, if you are a photo editor, you have to think about it. It doesn't mean that, from my point of view, that the journalism would be finished because everything would be done by ChatGPT. It means that you need to increase your level, your quality, because the low quality activity will be done for sure by the machine. Okay, you need always to use and to leverage your capacity with the technologies. This is a key of success. Don't try to combat with the technology, but try to use the technologies. And try to use the technology in a more effective process, in a more efficient process, so lean, in order to have also better results. So thank you very much. This was my part. I wish that was enough interesting for you, that you have some good point at least, and wish you the best. Also to the colleague that helping me with the tools, and good luck for everything.
Okay, good morning. Can I start? Only for the online people, do you want to give us a feedback? Are you okay? Is it possible to start? By chat, you can say yes, no. Okay, I try to start. Okay, welcome in this session, in the afternoon session, and I introduce myself. I'm Andrea Fornaser. I work in Polo Tecnologico, that you've been there several days ago, and I'm focused on digitalization. In particular, I support the enterprises in the introduction of the digital tools, methodologies, and so on. And in my speech, in this 1 hour and a half, I would like to show you which is the meaning of digitalization. And for this reason, these are the 3 topics, bullet points that I'm going to show you, introduce. A very introduction about Industry 4.0, because I would like to give you the boundaries of this theme. Then I would like to give you some information which are the most important and the most interesting frameworks about digitalization, and which is the meaning of this word. And then finally, I would like to show you some evidences, empirical cases that I realized during my activities, because during my work, I'm go around the enterprises. I try to identify which could be the opportunities with the introduction of digitalization, and then we support the enterprises in these activities. Okay. Okay, first of all, some basic information about Industry 4.0. Everybody knows that we are inside a megatrends. And megatrends are, for example, demographic changes, climate changes, urbanization of the population, and shortage of natural resources. And this megatrend, we have to live with this megatrend, and it's not possible to go. We have to live in this one, and in this case, why inside this megatrend we can't do? Why can we do without digital? Because digital allow to improve, enhance the business competitiveness of the enterprises, because digital allow innovation, in particular allow to create new business models. And then finally, and this angle is linked to the slide before, these tools have the potential to enable more smart and more suitable use of resources. And in the next slide, I'm going to explain better which is the meaning of this sentence. Digitals allow to is changing the world. Now probably some logo you are very young, and probably some logo you don't know. Now Blockbuster or Compact, you don't know this one, while you know very well Dell or Netflix. Everybody of you only today exists Netflix. It doesn't exist anymore Blockbuster, because the digitalization, the digital allow to change the business model, the approach. Netflix sell the video thanks to the internet and so on, while Blockbuster in the past years sell or rent the sport to observe it. Okay. And in general, this is a survey that has been conducted by Accenture in the past years, and it's possible to observe, for example, in general, all the technologies, there is a increasing in the adoption of these technologies. For example, AI and automation, but also IoT, cloud, data, emerging tech, they are moving, and not only the private consumers, but also the enterprises are using and are introducing these technologies. And it is not simple, but it's very useful and allow to enhance the competitiveness of the enterprises. Now, I would like to show you this. I would like to introduce. This is this graph. Do you know this one? Everybody know someone? Okay, this graph is very important because it's called hype cycle, and this Gartner. Gartner is a very important consultancy firm in the world, and they introduced this hype cycle that is that divided a life cycle of technology during some phases. In particular, there is an innovation trigger in the first part. Then there is a inflated expectation of some technologies. Then several understand that there is a disillusionment because they try to use, and there is expectation is go down, and then at the end there is a plateau of productivity. Now, I think that because now we are talking about digitalization, we are talking about technology. Here you can see several emerging technologies. For example, the cloud data ecosystem, NFT, and so on. And the different figures, there is the triangle or the circle, allow to give you an idea, which is when the plateau will be reached in 2 years, 5 to 10 years, more than 10 years, and so on. And as this, and it's very interesting because it's possible to observe this survey, this analysis, are realized once a year. This is a graph about August, one year ago, more or less, no? August 2022. Okay, and this graph has been realized not only for emerging tech, but also, for example, AI technologies in business. And in particular, I would like to show you this is because AI technologies is in the hype cycle where is in the peak of inflated expectation. For example, here there is generative AI. Probably everybody knows ChatGPT and so and some other applications. And this is at the base of ChatGPT is generative AI, and this is this graph was realized in July 2022. Pay attention because, for example, this was in the increasing curve. And for example, look also to the computer vision, while computer vision is already a technology that is already for the plateau productivity. Okay, this was 1 year ago. Today, I downloaded the new release of this graph, and where it's possible to see that generative AI is in the peak. Probably we are trying to use now to test how it's possible to introduce in the business to improve effectiveness and so on. And also computer vision, for example, we take only 2 examples. Computer vision moves a little bit more in the next part of the cube. One slide ago, computer vision was here. Now, an year after, is here, and the same generative AI, no? And the next technologies, which are probably the next technology are the technologies that are in the first part of the cube, okay, in the innovation trigger. They are now are introducing, and then they will continue during the cube. And this is, I think, very useful to understand which are the trends, okay? As I said before, okay, this was a very simple comparison between these 2 charts, only to show you the evolution of computer vision, for example, but also some other technologies that are moving from one side to another side of this graph. This is also another very graph that allow to observe how, which is the involvement, the sharing of these technologies, because you can see also the math now, low, medium, high, or very high. Okay, the singular, the specific technologies that is collocated in that inside the circle in these 4 areas now: critical enablers, productivity revolution, smart words, and transparency and privacy. And you can see also which are edge computer vision, that is probably not very is in the first part, no? Is already now, no? It's already possible to implement, while some others are in the last part of the circle. And then there is also, for example, tokenization is a very high probably technology that everybody of us can use, while, for example, some other technologies, Web3 is not very spread. This is only to give you an idea how the digital world is moving. To give you an idea, I participate also in the first summer school we went in Slovenia, and 2 or 3 months ago. And in these days, I was updating the presentation, and in effect, there are a lot of technologies that has been introduced in this slide, because in 2-3 months changes, and it's very the evolution is very rapid. Okay. I said, okay, in the slide before, I show you which was the technologies, the emerging technologies. But from the emerging technology, in this slide, you can have also the software tools that are very useful. If you want, thanks to generative AI, now exists ChatGPT, but also exists ChatGPT is for the text. While there are a lot of applications also for images, and there are some others also for creating videos. If you want to enjoy yourself, it's fantastic, because you can stay all the day in front of the PC and you can learn a lot of things. Also, I think very interesting is coding, because while coding before was very difficult to try to have someone of you try to realize code. I said yes, no. It's very difficult writing coding, no? My colleague here, she writing coding, but it's difficult. Today, thanks several applications, it's possible to make more easy writing coding, and everybody of us can start. And these are all applications realized thanks to the technology, the generative AI. At the end of the presentation, I would like also to propose you a logo for the summer school. There exists already the logo of the summer school, but in the first summer school, no, in the first session when I was talking, I didn't understand that was already realized a logo, and I tried to realize with generative AI a logo. At the end, I want to show you what do you think about my logo, probably for the next summer school. Okay. And only to give you an idea, this is a slide that I catch this morning. For example, there exists also AI tools to use in the classroom for our applications, and there are lots of technologies. Okay, stop about dreaming. Now we move into reality, because the question now is, in our world, what happens when 2 billion of people are connected to each other? Already we are consumers, no? Everybody of us are consumers, and we know what means digitalization, because we use the smartphone, but we use also Netflix and so on, no? But the question is this one: what happened when 50 billions of machines, the machines that are inside our companies, our enterprises, are connected to each other? This is the very interesting question, I think, in the business approach, obviously. Okay, there is the creation of new services. For example, the predictive analysis, the predictive maintenance, the dynamic maintenance and monitoring, and so on. No? All these services are now born, and probably can generate very important opportunities. Now, I would like only to give you with this slide, I would like also to try a proposal. I would like to realize a survey, very simple survey. Take the smartphone. Here you can also for the people that are online, not in person but online, try to capture this QR code, please. When you are ready, I try to use also the and we are two very simple questions, but only to give you the idea. I ask to answer to this question, not these two questions. How many personal devices do you have interconnected? You have to think to the slide before, that I showed. And then how many devices are connected at your home? Okay, wait a moment. Only a moment. Use it, okay. Use. Okay, these are, for example, your answers for the first question. A lot of you have three devices connected. Many of you are 2 or 5, only 4 people, no, have more than 5 devices. Next one, please continue your survey at your home. For example, the smart TV and something more, no, the balance. I don't know if the balance is connected, but and this one is only to give you an idea of how many devices in our life are connected and how many devices we can control thanks to our smartphone. That is fantastic. Now we have to try to imagine what means this for the industrial revolution, for the industrial sector. Okay. And probably it's fatal because in a factory there are a lot of machines. In our house we have from 3 to more than 10. Lord, there is a mistake, or are you sure? Who's seen more than 10? I want to investigate. Oh, I'm joking. The next, because we are also online, it's not possible. 2 people. You? Then we are going to go in depth about this question. But no, I want only to give you the idea of how many the interconnected when you move from the personal to the companies. For example, when there are 40, 100 machines interconnected, the complexity is very high. The opportunity are very high, but also the complexity. And probably we have to change something. Okay, wait a moment, I come back into the presentation. Wait, sorry. Okay. Fine. And in this slide, do you know, I would like only to give you the idea that there are also several index. This is the DAISY, is one of the most famous index that allow to understand which are the digitalization, the comparison of the digitalization of the several countries. Here here I showed what are the Italy, and then there are also the other one. In particular, you can see also the difference between human capital. This index is composed thanks to the contribution of human capital, connectivity. Do you have fiber or not, for example, and so on. The integration of digital technology and the digital public services. This is the four parts that are going to compose this index. Next, how many of you know the industrial revolutions? Probably everybody of you. Everybody of us, we studied history. The first of all, which was the first industrial revolution was very easy, steam power, no? Right. The second one was electricity. Now pay attention, no? Because at the end I'm going to ask you some information. The third industrial revolution focused on computers and automation, while the fourth industrial revolution focused on cyber physical system. That is different, it's not the same, because when we are talking about cobalt, there is a integration with the cyber physical system. When there is a robot that is moving, it's not fourth revolution, but it's third revolution. Okay. Another aspect, many of you, wait a moment that okay, someone in the chat added some other information about the DAISY. I don't know the question that is in the chat. I don't know. Sorry, but probably I'm going to observe more in detail. The fourth industrial revolution. I would like to focus only in two aspects. First of all, as I insert in the part, I differentiate, the tangible and the intangible aspects. Only when we move from the first to the fourth, but also fifth revolution, the intangible is more important than the tangible. As we can see this aspect, because now we are talking about fifth industrial revolution, and fifth industrial revolution is when there is the involvement, for me, is when there is an involvement also the cognitive systems, because it's not automation, it's not collaboration only, it's not only go deep dive about analysis and so on, but is when there is an integration between human and robot, on when we are starting to try to understand how the human mind thinks, and then we will create something similar. And now I would like to show you this video. Probably for the people that are connected, they don't listen the audio. Sorry, it's only 1 minute of video, while the people that are in presence can listen the video. Okay. Getting from point A to point B, stay out. So that's stay out. Unlike the forms of fish, we need to read what's recognition. Broad attention, unrecognized. But the internet, the violation is not just extending beyond individual application. Transformation, enhancing productivity, and driving innovation. The already experienced negatives like bioeconomics, leading to urination, virus, related practice, breaches, and data privacy, cybersecurity. And whenever we hate which be placed, what do we do? Yeah, this is what he's talking about. And not for the experience.
breaking news, that's not true. And it's so called news, you keep generating costs, and it's not, you know, what would be.
Okay, now the video stop. If you want the entire video, you can look this in the link. But I think it could be very interesting because we can observe which are the potentiality of the AI and the emerging technologies in general. 1 year ago, it doesn't exist this video. Now, do you have any questions? Okay, everything is clear. Now, I would like to give you an idea of how to guide a digital transformation. When in the first part of this second point, I'm going to introduce a framework to give you the tools to investigate eventually a digital transformation, on investigate which could be the opportunities for the firms. And then the second part of this second point, I would like to show you some experiences that I've realized about survey, which are our tools that we use to investigate, to analyze some companies. Okay. This is only a moment. Okay. I use the same question in chat. This is a framework that I think it's a very good framework because in this model you can understand what is digital transformation. From one side, it's possible to observe that exist some enabling technologies. Then we're going to go in depth to observe. This enabling technology allows us to reaching the next level of operational effectiveness, allow also to business model evolution, but then there are also other elements to transform into a digital company. And now we go in depth for the singular aspects. Okay, when we are talking about enabling technologies, this is a classification about enabling technologies. Probably someone are more famous, some other are less famous, but in particular, I think that someone are more very enabling technologies, and some others are consequences of these ones. First of all, I think one of the most important enabling technologies, industrial internet, the IoT, Internet of Things, that probably the decreasing price, if you look in this part of the chart, the decreasing prices of some technologies, for example, this is 3D printing, but also the IoT technologies allow the mass introduction of these ones in the enterprises, but also in our life. And for this reason, Internet of Things, industrial internet, but also, for example, additive manufacturing, the 3D printing. Then there are the advanced manufacturing solution. I said before, the cobot, interconnected collaborative robots. Then there is also a field about augmented reality. That is, there are 3 levels of augmented reality. There is augmented reality, mixed reality, and the virtual reality. Augmented reality is when before we use the QR code, we take a click and we move to another website and so on. This is the augmented reality because in effect, you can have more information about a context. The mixed reality, an example are the HoloLenses. Everybody, someone of you, do you test it? HoloLenses. And when there is a mix between the real, the real and the virtual reality. Okay, one example is HoloLens, then there are some other tools. Why? Okay, the virtual reality, everybody you play with a game, and this is virtual reality. Okay, these are the three levels. Probably the most interesting is the mix of reality that before does not exist. Then, okay, the simulation. The simulation in particular, the simulation when I was young like you, I studied simulation. It's not a very strong enabling technology. The very important enabling technology is that the simulation is linked with the IoT, and there is the digital twin. Simulation allows to realize a digital shadow. Thanks to the IoT, it's possible to realize a digital twin is bidirectional. Digital shadow is only one direction. Digital twin is double direction, no? And you can receive also to send some information. This is very, you have a remote control and so on, okay? Okay, the horizontal vertical integration simple. Cloud is a very important applications, very important enabling technology that now we are moving a lot of services are available in the cloud. Before was not possible. If you go to Amazon, AWS, or someone platform, it's possible to use several services that are very interesting. Cybersecurity is a consequence. It's not, I think, a very strong enabling technologies. It's necessary because if the systems are open, we need some more cybersecurity. When we were closed in this room, was not necessary cybersecurity. Now that we are connected and there is a lot of risks, cyber risks and so on, the cybersecurity is very important. Finally, the last one is the big data and analytics. That means that we have a lot of data that we gain a lot of data thanks to the IoT, for example, no? They allow to achieve a lot of data, but then this technology, this data must be analyzed, synthesized, and so on, okay? This is the first part, enabling technologies. Now, the second one, we go inside. The enabling technology allows two targets. Reaching the next level of operational effectiveness. Once was lean techniques. You know lean techniques. Probably Marco Livotto talked about lean techniques. The previous relator probably talks about also lean techniques and the lean experience factory. He talked about lean experience factory, right? Yes, lab. Okay, let me talk about, he probably gave us some information about lean. Now, to achieve the next level of operational effectiveness, if you, now I take, for example, in consideration this survey realized by Roland Berger, that is a consultancy firm, and you can see that which is the difference of the index is ROCE. ROCE is a return of capital employed. You can see the performance of the ROCE or return of capital employed before Industry 4.0 and after Industry 4.0, no? Thanks the introduction of the several technologies. For example, virtual industrialization, automated flows, smart machines, predictive maintenance, and cyber production system. And we move from 15% of productivity to an increase of 42%. Thanks several technologies that are inside the umbrella of 4.0 that we saw before, and these are the opportunities. Another aspect, now we go a little bit more in depth, because when in the next years you will be inside an organization, I hope for you, if you want to understand which are the levers that allow to introduce, to understand, this is an interesting framework, because if you want to digitalize and automate, for the digitalization and automation, probably you have to observe if there is the possibility to introduce automation or to support some manual labor. For example, RGV, automated guided vehicles, or human-machine collaboration, or robots, or exoskeleton that allow to support, to improve the safety of the people. Another aspect is focus on digital workflow. Not more use only paper for the several departments inside the companies, but thanks to barcode, RFID, tracking location, etc., probably we can reduce digitalization and efficiency. Then machine-to-machine communication, M2M is machine-to-machine or people-to-machine. If there is an alert, there is a communication to the tablet or to the smartphone of the manager of the operator that have to conduct the machine. Then, okay, as I said before, also which are the informations for operators and manager, and there are several technologies in this case, pick to light, but also smart glasses, but also the digital standard operating procedures, not the paper with the instruction, but the tablet with the instruction, when also you can dialogue and decide which are, you also monitor, for example, which are the performance of this operator. Okay, this is one side is focus about digitalization and automatization. In the other side is the data and analytics. That is very interesting and important, because as I said before, okay, we have now inside our organizations several sensor and automated data collections. Then, thanks to this data, it's possible to analyze this data. Then, okay, there is also an automated process variation, for example, predictive maintenance, because there are some deviations of some tools and so on. Probably we can put some alerts in the machines and so on. And finally, okay, an integrated DT infrastructure that is linked to cybersecurity and so on. This chart, I think, is one of the most interesting slides, because it's very concrete. If you tomorrow you want to go in the enterprises, thanks to this chart, it's possible to identify which could be some opportunities. Is it clear? Do you understand? Okay. Next. Now we move from the reaching the next level of operational effectiveness to the business model evolution. Business model evolution means that you can create. Try to give me a definition about innovation. What is for you innovation? More or less, all right? Yeah. A little bit more in detail. I was in this class several years ago, and one manager, one important manager, asked to the students. I was at attendance in the. I was listening this speech. They said, "What is innovation?" Personally, I read a lot of definitions about innovation. But this sentence that said this manager remains in my head for a lot of time, because said me that innovation is a step closer to the customer and a step far from the competitor. Very simple. One step closer to the customer, one step far from the competitors. More far from the competitor. Okay. And in this case, the digitalization, if you try to think, for example, to the app, the several apps, is fantastic because allow to say to be one step closer to the customers. When you went in Palacetti said, I have an app. And before the existence of the app, he said that the business of Palacetti was business to consumer, because Palacetti said to the GDO and so on, to the distribution, and then the distribution said to the final consumer. But Palacetti doesn't know how the product was used by the final customers. And he said, for this reason, I am business to consumer. When he introduced an app, the app for the cabinet, he understand how was used their products to the final customers. And it's fantastic because now is closer to the final customer. And if you think when you use the application, the several application, no, the producer, the seller knows very well how is linked to the final customer. Right? Do you understand? But this is important because when the producer knows how to use the product, only you can realize another step. And another step in the introduction of the servitization. Servitization means that to introduce servitization, the concept of servitization is that the producer doesn't sell the product, but the producer rent the product, but to rent the product must know, but must control, not the product. And the real-time data is essential. For this reason, the digitalization allows to change the business model, because I don't sell the product, but I rent the product. But if I rent the products and I don't sell the product, I'm very interesting that I want to improve I want to reduce, for example, the maintenance, because in this new business model, I don't want to make maintenance because I have to pay for the maintenance. In the model before, I want that sometimes there is a break. I want to realize maintenance because maintenance for the producer was a revenue stream. Okay. And for this reason, the servitization is very interesting. But to implement servitization, you have to introduce the digitalization. You have to control the product. Another aspect, but I already said in other words, is also that is the issue about ownership. because when you sell the product, the ownership moves from the producer to the consumer, while with servitization, there is no change of ownership, because the ownership remains to the producers. If you want some other details, I suggest two books. The first is an international book, it's in English and it's fantastic for you. The second one is has been right. The first, these people are three professors, while this one is an entrepreneur, but it's only in Italian language. Could be a very great occasion for you to learn Italian language if you want. But it's very interesting. Moreover, I put inside also an interview of this author, Ciari. This is in Italian language, but I think could be very interesting to understand some details that I try to explain, but not in a very well way. If you want to listen the presentation, the interview could be very interesting. Is it clear? Okay. Next, this is another aspect, you know. When you introduce digitalization in the enterprises, probably the people before are working in a normal way, in an ordinary way, and then you ask to change the way of to realize something. But probably the people said, but I always worked in this way. Why I have to change? And for this reason, there is the need to train these people, to involve these people. It's necessary to probably also to acquire new competencies, because probably the young people are more ready because they have several knowledge and know-how. And for this reason, I show you everybody, someone of you, do you see this video? Do you know? Okay, this is to enjoy a little bit. This is the daughter that give a present to the father, and at the end of the video, when you look the video, the daughter said, "Dad, do you like this present? Now watch." Okay, it was very simple, but the technology, there is an evolution of technology, and the dad said, "Oh, fantastic! I very appreciate this project." The target, the use of this product was different. This is the reason, because digital transformation needs upskilling and reskilling of the people. And the difference between, also a balance between the young people and the old people inside the organization is very important to introduce. The youngest, but also maintain probably the know-how, the experience of the people. And to realize management, it's also this aspect, because you have also often to balance these aspects. Okay. Okay, and this is the frame that I show you, all the elements that are going to compose this frame. There are also other models that the model that we see before has been realized by McKinsey & Company, that is a consultant firm. This is another model for the implementation. don't go into detail, no, but this is about Boston Consulting Group. That is another very important consultant firm. Then there is also this one that is, for example, about Ernst & Young. That is another consultant firm. Are probably very similar at the end, but it's important to have the right ideas of what you have to do, and these models allow to do this. Okay, questions? Do you have any questions, doubts? Everything is clear? I can ask you some, can check if you understood. Okay, next. Now we move. Okay, and polytechnology. I said that I work inside the polytechnological. You went in polytechnological 2-3 days before. One girl before said, which was the best one place that you visit during the sessions of the previous days? Said polytechnological. Thank you very much, because we appreciate that it was the best visit. And okay, part of I spent a lot of time during my days to support enterprises to speed up their digitalization process. And what we do, we use an assessment tool. We use an assessment tool when, thanks to this tool, we are going to ask to gather several information to the enterprise. We realize some interviews to the ownership or to the manager, CIO, and so on. And we gather several information about, for example, the several departments of the firm, from design engineering to production to quality to maintenance and so on. No? And in general, we are going to ask which are the level of digitalization. For us, the level of digitalization are ranked in 6 points. From 1 to 3, you are not digital because you, for example, use paper. You don't. There is a traditional methods. Digital ready for us, the rank is 4. Digital ready when there is a digital definition of the data that qualify it, and there is a digital use of this data. Then when 5 is digital connected, that means that there is a sharing of the information among the departments, for example, from HR to production to quality and so on. For example, scrap, there is no communication thanks to the paper, but there is a communication then EFP and so on that allow to straight communication, okay? And finally, digital intelligence means that there is a reaction when there are some data that are not okay and so on. There is a decision-making process that related to activity itself. Okay. When we realize the report is composed by several charts. One of the most important charts is a radar chart that's allowed to observe which is the maturity of the digitalization that are in the several departments. This is a graphical approach. This is the 4th, 5, and 5th is to observe, no, is the traditional way or is a digital ready, digital connected, or digital intelligent. Digital intelligence is very difficult to achieve. More or less, I did 40, 50 enterprises. I visit 40, 50 enterprises from SME to big enterprises, but the digital intelligent ranking, only sometimes I met this rank. And this is the part most important, probably because when we are going to visit the enterprises, then we realize only we identified some recommendations. We suggest to the entrepreneur or the enterprise that which are some initiatives, some projects, some digital projects that could be introduced to the company. And we are going to classify these projects in this matrix that is one side, there is which are the expected benefits, if are low or high, and then if which is the investment, if it's low or high. A question, in which quadrant you suggest to start? When there is a high investment, a low benefit, or where there is a low investment, a high benefit? Second, right. But we need to dialogue with the entrepreneur of this slide, because the entrepreneur knows their strategy. And I don't know the strategy of the entrepreneur. In this way, we are going to share this chart and also to identify which are the projects that we could introduce. This is a proposal, and then this is the next step. This means that thanks to this graph, we are going to, this is phase one, sorry, I forgot to translate the slide, is phase one, phase two, phase three, is a timeline. And where it's possible, we observe which could be the first project, the second one. P is not project, P is production, is related to production. Q is focus on quality. L, L1, L2, and so is about logistics. For example, in this case, it's reintroduction of an acceptance department of the parts that you bought of the, and then LU, for example, is focus about human resources. Okay. And with the entrepreneur, we are going to introduce these projects. Next, now we are going also to propose to understand which will be the impacts of the projects if we are going to observe the initial graph. For example, if we are going to realize the P1, 2, or 3, probably there will be an improvement about production and so on. To give you an idea, these is very little, but it's a detail. These are the assessment that we realized in 2022, last year, for example. Here you can find the name of the company, more or less 3 enterprises every month. These are the analysts. And then if you want more details, for example, about this project, you can go also inside to the link farimanifatturieri.it. You can observe more detailed project. As it's possible also to observe that here there are the small and medium enterprises, but also the big enterprises. Our territory, for me, our territory is Friuli Venezia Giulia, is our region, and the major part of the companies are PMI, and so only some ones are big enterprises. Electrolux was big enterprises, Palazzetti is at the end of PMI and initially a big enterprises. The last one was medium enterprises. Okay, to give you an idea about the dimensions. These are other assessments that we conducted this year. And in this way, we try to support the enterprises in the introduction of digital transformation. Now, we have, I would like to give you some evidences about some digital transformation projects. Starting from the assessment. As I said before, from with a dialogue with the engineer, of the CEO, with the board of the enterprise, we are going to define which are the projects. Generally, from more or less 10 projects, then we focus on from 1 to 3 projects, not more, because the effort to guide and to support or to realize a project is very time consuming, spend resources and so on. It's not simple. For this reason, we at max we realize 2 projects, but generally 1 project. But when we realize 1 project is already okay. Probably then when we finish 1, we start the second one. But generally we realize 1 project once. Okay. This is interesting because I would like to introduce the concept of digital project. We call it this digital project also in Italian language cantiere. That is a translation of work site, for example, more or less. Thanks to the cantiere, in particular, Polytechnologic, that is my organization, absorb part of the cost of the consultancy firm, for example, and help to start a project of the company. Huh? Okay, this is some technical part, but more or less we are going to pay the 50% of the cost of the project. No, we are going to absorb. Here you can see, for example, the most relevant digital project that we realized in the 2022, and for example is about warehouse encoding in order to improve automating site reporting. Do you know MES, manufacturing execution system? Do you ever seen ERP, enterprise resource planning? Do you know enterprise resource planning? Is the information system of the firm that is called enterprise resource. When we focus on production area, this system is called MES, manufacturing execution system. That is a system that controls the execution of the manufacturing, the production. And it's not necessary go with the paper to observe or to ask to an operator, do you finish that product? But thanks to the computer, thanks to the PC, thanks to the MES, it's possible to observe if the production is going in the right way or not, for example. Thanks to the several sensor of the IoT system that we said before and so on. Clear? I like to show you also that it's not one project that is the same for the several organizations, but each company needs a specific project because each company is different for the other one company, and for this reason we try to try to identify which are the needs, and then to develop with a lot of our partners several initiatives. These are also, for example, the ongoing project that we are doing in 2023. And I would like to put a focus only about robotic process automation. That is, do you use Excel? Do you use the macro in Excel? Okay, the next step of the macro is the robotic process automation. Do you know Power Automate? Realized by Microsoft, the application Power Automate. Okay, if you want, Power Automate is an evolution of the macro of Excel, for example, that allow to automatize the process and allow to improve the efficiency. With the Industry 4.0, the focus was inside the manufacturing, the production lines, and so on. Thanks to the digitalization, is not only in the production areas, but also in the office area. And this technology, that is RPA, but also AI, no? Artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, etc. Only the implications, the involvement of the digitalization is not belongs only to the production line, but also to the office, because it's not only for example, from a physical level, there is an automation level, but also now the intellectual level is involved thanks to the digitalization, thanks to artificial intelligence. Everybody of us will be involved in this transformation. Is it clear? And an important message, you have to surfing these technologies. You have to achieve the opportunities of these technologies. You don't have to be fear of these technologies. You have to use these technologies to improve your performance and to realize efficiency, okay, in your singular activities, day-by-day activities, okay? And last part, okay, if you this is in only an Italian language, but thanks to Google Translate, it's very simple. In this publication, we realized an article, publication, where we write what we observe in this analysis that we realized. And now, for example, these are the mapping of the proposed solution and which are the most important proposals that we realized to the enterprises, the mass and so on. And then that proposals, we clustered that proposals in the 4 areas. For example, we divided if these initiatives are only technology-oriented and human-oriented, high or low, and this is the graph. If you want, there is in the paper, you can read the details, only if you want, probably is not for... Now, I would like to ask you, now we are going to see some videos, very, very short videos, but for each video, I would like to ask you if this video belongs to third industrial revolution or fourth industrial revolution, because I want to understand if you understood which is the difference. Okay. Ready? It's very simple. First, you went in this factory some days ago. Probably you can see the household appliances, they are moving. In this case, this is third industrial revolution or fourth industrial revolution? Other opinions? Everybody agree or not? No, third or fourth? Third, what was third? Yes. Third. Good. The first one, wait, third industrial revolution. Wait a moment. Yes, because we said that third industrial revolution was automation. In fact, this line was built 20 years ago, probably. It's not new, it's not nothing new. It's automation stuff. Next. The video is not perfect, but the question is the same. There is a robot and he check if the door is closed or is check the quality of the door, the open and the close of the door.
Think this one is more. Yeah.
Why?
They are costs, depending on each other. And it's regulated by this.
No, it's you are in the right direction. Good. But probably this is a mix before third and fourth industrial revolution. No? A part of this this video is automation, it's simply automation. No? Moreover, but a part of this video is also fourth industrial revolution. When the robot that is a robot and is not a robot, but he moves, open and close the door and check if it's okay or not the open close of the door. Probably there is a sensor, is a IoT technology. In this way, is fourth industrial revolution. And the hardware was always okay because it's among third and fourth revolution. Okay. Next. Do you agree? Oh. I'm joking. Wait. This is not a video. Probably you saw this also in during the visit in Electrolux. Do you see this? They show what is this Kindle, right? This is third or fourth? Show me with the hands, everybody. It's not only, also the other girls. Oh, right. Why for? Because the Kindle doesn't exist before, and because the characteristic is that it's a very low consumption, low energy consumption product. And the other aspect very important is that you can update the data that is inside in a very rapid way. Fantastic. This is power data revolution. It's not automation. Not automation. This is sharing of the information in a very fast way. There is not the people that they have to change the label to go inside the production, change the label and so on. No, probably in a remote way, it's possible to update that information, right? Next, we are almost at the end. Did you see this video? Yes, also in
pay attention because here we look another ones. There is a people here. Then there is a robot, a cobot that it works close to the other people. This is third or fourth industrial revolution. And there are also other aspects that allow to understand if it's third or fourth industrial revolution as well. For the other ones, mixed, you are democratic. Okay, in the north area, what is your impression? No impression. Oh, okay. Right, is it's a mix, but probably it's more for than the why. Is third industrial revolution because automation and there are some boundaries to in the other side there is a strong connection between the people and the robot because the previous phase has been is in the line has been by a person and the next phase has been by a robot. In particular, this is it looks like a cobot, not a robot. Also, you have the boundaries. The other aspects is also that there is an important dashboard here, an important monitor that allows you to observe several performances. You saw also this one during the visit, right? This is third or fourth. This is simple. These are the line status of each phase. Four. This is four, no? Because thanks to IoT sensors, it's possible to monitoring, which is the performance of the single lines. It's four, not without any doubts. And probably is four also advanced because it's not simple to have the several sensor, a lot of sensor to integrate everything. This is a browser application. This is a cloud application. It's for and advanced. This is something similar. This is a performance board. Is the other another graph that is this is the status of the line, and while this is a representation of several graphs about the performance of the line, and also this one is fourth industrial revolution, in particular it's advanced, but it is advanced because there is an automation in the data gather, okay, data gather and data elaboration. Finally, we are almost at the end. This is it's a very short video, it's not simple. This is a warehouse. Did you see the Amazon warehouse? The robots, they are moving and moves the products. This is something similar. It's very short. I look you. This is the Azimuth, the takes we are. This is the warehouse, and then these are in the high of the warehouse, and they are able to catch the products and deliver the products. This is a little bit too short, but this is fourth industrial revolution because it's very advanced. He works during the night alone and organize the warehouse to better deliver the products in the morning. Fantastic. Okay. Well, this is an example of digital shadow. It's machine monitoring, in particular, which are the performance, the energy consumption performance, and how during a day has been used. Now, during the night doesn't work, during the day there is a consumption, this is working or idle, and stop, and then they work. This is therefore digital shadow monitoring. This is fourth industrial revolution. Okay. Now the conclusions. I hope that my target was to give you an idea of how many opportunities, how digitalization allowed to improve from one side the productivity and in the other side to change the business model. These are some important words that you have to remain. Digitalization allowed to disintermediate because allowed to achieve the final customer in a very rapid way, and you live every day with this one. Huh? And if I want, the producer can write some message to everyone. Huh? First of all is this one. The second one is inside the organization. There is a disintermediation also inside the organization because everybody has the right information in the right way, in the right time. Before was not possible because you have to ask to the responsible, to your boss, but now the flow of information is very easily, very rapidly. There is a moving from the touching knowledge that is inside our head to the explicit knowledge that is stored in devices. Okay. I try to give you an idea of what Technological do and how we are helping our enterprises, no, to support, to spread, to stimulate the innovation, the digitalization. I show you the assessment. I show you some digital projects and so on. Okay. And also we try to transfer some knowledge from who detect the knowledge that general there is the universities, some centers to the companies, especially sometimes ask us the companies says how who knows that information about, for example, artificial intelligence and so on. Who is the best provider that you want suggest me to compare, to introduce some solutions? This is our role of Polo Technological. If you want to go in depth, I give you some publications that I've realized in the last years. It's an Italian way, but thanks to Google Translate, if you want, you can go in depth. Finally, 4 minutes, we are right. This is, what is this? This, imagine. Tiziana, do you want you to...
You should know what image is this, because it was in the Reginna Summer School homepage for, it was part of the flyer. And he's the creator.
I'm not
the creator.
No,
Oh,
I'm not the creator, because this imaging has been realized as to generative AI application. I put inside the keywords, for example, summer school, seaside, sun, study, and so on. And the system, the generative AI, propose as this imagine, and to finish, to conclude this lesson, I would like to share with you this this imagine too. Okay. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me or ask me some information. If you want, well, only a moment, because there is a question. Okay, from the online participants, they ask me, but digital data is more fragile. Are there any ways to protect it in the case of catastrophes? This is a very good question, an intelligent question, and this is the reason because today exists or has been introduced the cybersecurity approach. One of very simple way to answer in the detail of the question that has been done. For example, the principle of the cybersecurity to data store is the 3-2-1 law. You have to realize 3 copies of the data. You have to backup in 2 different stores, devices. For example, one in cloud, one in this, and okay, one is the frequent, for example. This is a way the question that has been done is very correct, but there are several topics, for example, cybersecurity, that want to answer to this question. If you want to ask me something more. Sorry? It's very wide, the digitalization in business. Because business, what do you, business for you, what is? Oh, but it's a very wide opportunity for all the people, because digitalization evolves, because today some tools of digitalization are someone, but probably next year will be some models. There is a continuous improvement and a continuous learning, and could be a great occasion for everybody aware. Okay.
So my question was, are there any last for people and innovation planning for workers?
Yes, there is. The opportunity is big because allow to the workers have to understand that digitalization is a must, but it's always a great opportunity, and the workers have to surfing the digitalization, because thanks to digitalization you can become a augmented human, but you can also improve your performance and probably also achieve some other positions and some other goals. Okay. We are perfect.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you very much. Have a nice afternoon. And good luck for the future, for the digital future. Bye.
Yes.